Back at it. Yeah. You probably noticed the stream design and all this shit is still broken. I just haven't had the chance to get around to it. Kind of been a little busy with some other stuff. I noticed a lot of problems with my site. So I've been kind of scrambling to take care of them, update them. There were a lot of things bugging me that were outstanding, so I I intended on working on the stream updates and all those motion assets, but I broke one thing with the site. It was one of those like I either revert to an old backup or I just fix it. Not fixing it, fuck, it won't take me that long. Here we are 3 days later. So, yeah, live and learn. Work? Why would it? Let's see. Hey, so one thing that's kind of been bugging me, so pull up the live site, is especially at these larger sizes, like everything feels like this just is fucking crazy. Not okay to me. I'm not, that's not my brand. That's not who I, all caps and kind of like weird, yeah, but this sort of like shouty, really. So that kind of bugged me. The navigation orientation bugged me. One thing I did find out is looking at analytics, the load time for the homepage on average is 16 seconds. Fucking horrible. And I understand why. There's so many assets in here. And part of the problem comes back to the Webflow is a glitch. And it's well known from what I can tell in the forums. It's been around for about a year and a half. And it's all about using images in grids. For some reason, whenever you use image elements in grids, it causes them to be blurry. I don't really understand it. It seems like a pretty egregious thing, but I haven't seen much in the way of updates. So that's why I went to background images. Problem with background images is that you, without getting into a bunch of JavaScript that I really don't want to add on, you can't lazy load it. So I'm proactively loading everything, all these images, all these all the way down the whole page, the videos and like that, like the 16 seconds starts to make sense. Um, so I'm trying to go through and do some of that. So this is where the updated version is right now. Um, Again, so instead of having these sort of large tiles, I saw these titles as something that was going to bridge the gap between the different sections, and something broke where the overlap's gone. I don't really know what's going on. Um, but I'm really starting to embrace sticky elements of a more like refined, not refined, more conservative design, I guess. I think leaning into a little more white space and just having things strategically stick throughout the page, I think is like, ooh, desktop's a mess, so you can judge me if you want. Um, like this just to me feels more appropriate and finding ways to bring in some of this like all caps type shit. Why is this? Oh, oh that, um, yeah, leaning into a bit more white space, still having moments for stuff like this. I do want to get into it and add more like motion components, more like passive animation loops. I always allude to this stupid little thing being something of interest. Like, I think that's a stronger element, but heading more into this realm. But I also got into the collabs pages. So I think before in one of the previous streams, this whole layout was a little sparse and kind of random. I went through and did a whole mindfuck of margins and negative margins in order to get this sort of sticky thing to work. So it basically like shifts from underneath to the top as this carousel comes through, and then it sticks through here, so you can sort of have this moment with the navigation, and then it just scrolls over the top. Way more of a problem than I thought, especially going across all different sizes. Like, just again, you look at the previews in Webflow on mobile, and it's always like if you're on desktop, because that's use it, you have these tall viewports and all these sticky elements that are based on height positioning, and the elements are height positioning. It starts looking like this really fucked up layout. And like you start instituting max heights on things, and then the spacing's all sorts of weird. But if you scale it back to like what most people are going to be looking at, I think it's here. Um, it's not as fucked up as it looked in some of the other options. Um, yeah, so this has been like the thing. I've just been like chasing things around back and forth. So um, I was working on this morning, and I just figured, why the hell not? Why don't I just jump on the stream it, talk about it, take questions if you guys want to chat about anything Webflow, but kind of focused in on Webflow today and cleaning things up. That's a big priority for me right now. I think just a lot of things I did quickly, not done well. So that see, this is that hinting I was talking about with the font. See how the W sits low? The hinting's fucked up. Also fixing a lot of that like all caps sort of running text and making fonts bigger. Caved in. Lost my edge. So this is where these combo classes, like I'm pretty sure this is like the explore button. Instead of the mobile class. So mobile combo classes, that's how I hide things on mobile viewport. It's just a combo class I can create. You make a class called mobile and you just hide it at whatever viewport. save that somewhere, because if you clean up your classes but you don't really have anything using it, it'll delete it and then it won't work anymore. I put it in like the repository page or whatever. Um, yeah, so if you have things like that, like I have mobile is one of the combo classes I have for everything. Um, the what's it called? Off. If I want to hide things, so like for all these, like the C anchor, so I duplicate the custom code. Talked about that, but I just have this off. So no matter what, it's always off. But keep in mind, off or hidden, still being loaded in Webflow. So something to keep in mind, like if you're testing out different layouts and you've got 4 different layouts pulling different assets, but you just have them to hidden, it's loading. As far as I can tell. I mean, I feature requested that they have the ability to turn off loading things that are hidden. It's like for mobile layouts, like if you have something for desktop, it'd be nice to be able to not load things for mobile, but I don't know. I'm sure there's a way to do it with like custom code, but so yeah. Oh, the other thing I was just working on this morning on my bugs me. So on this sort of like the photos original basics. Uh, let's call this one. I think I know why. Space. Weird. Oh yeah, I can listen to Spotify. I should do Chrome more focused. And my usual plug. So because I can't anything on stream and royalty free is trash, there's a link to the playlist. Pretty much always listen to, always adding to. Just added a couple more to it. It's all genres, kind of meant to be, I don't know, way of exploring and like getting outside of like the little buckets that Discovery, like if you're on Spotify and you have Discover Weekly, put you in these narrow little buckets of like 3 different genres. So, I think I'm looking at now is like whether I want this stuff to go on top, but that distracted me from my previous point of like this was something entirely different before, where it was this content was stuck at the bottom, so the overlap would happen almost immediately as it came into the viewport. Um, I think this layout is much better. Sort of like overlap with the sticky element in the same spot, center of the viewport. You can see the whole image. Yeah, I think it works decently well. Although I don't know what that's about. Why 40? Oh, because this has I added a solid background to this. A little bit of top padding. See, this is where like all this shit that I was doing bad. It's like all these like little like you got div blocks with div block 873 and that's a mess. Baby Thomas, how's it going? It's going well, man. Finally got a Twitch notification. All right, working. Um, yeah, I think if you follow, you have to subscribe and you get notifications. Um, yeah, so that's my push to follow, subscribe, whether YouTube or Twitch. I realistically think it's just gonna stay for both. It's not that much of a cost. Um, and yeah, those videos are coming. I started working on the structure to a couple like non-live stream videos, so probably like a running. I don't know if anyone takes me seriously anymore, but always those are coming. But I'm just seeing like some of this shit on my site is just I want it dialed in a little bit more before I start dedicating too much time to it. But I think uh, only thing I'm thinking about now is um, back to desktop. I'm gonna make sure I don't put the panel behind the chat like I did last time. Um, is so if grids are the problem I'm having with images, then I want to start looking for opportunities to not use, which sucks because grid is like such a powerful tool in terms of like creating flexible layout. You're able to control the gutters between them, between different elements without adding like, because if you don't use a grid and you have a lot of elements like this, you have to start like creating either combo classes or individual classes where you're adding to these different elements, or you're setting width to all these elements. And that's, to me, that's not as clean as having like a column, like an underlying column structure that I can build everything off of. So I'm really disappointed that that's because I took a long time to like learn grids and appreciate the value in them, and now I have to figure out ways of going away from them. So all these are now image elements. Um, they were background images before, so now I was saying I can lazy load them. So this should help reduce some load time. And now with this, I can also use responsive images, which is good. So the more I can use image elements, the better. Um, yeah, so all those now lazy loaded. And these I can't. And I guess I could. I think I could actually if I just turn off responsive images. That's the trade-off. I'm forceless now. And then, like again, it's so stupid because it's just a Webflow bug, but these are the realities, and I can very easily bitch about it for another half hour. I mean, but it's like, all right, so is this background image, is this going to be better as an image that won't be responsive, so it might slow down mobile load time, but only on scroll, because then I can have lazy loading. So to me, it like it almost seems better to have the image element because it's not a foregone conclusion that people are going to make it this deep into the experience. I should probably pull up analytics to see like what people on mobile devices are clicking, how they're navigating content. Because if on mobile it's just like this scroll is too cumbersome, or they just know exactly what they want from the beginning, um, then the priority becomes lazy loading everything down below because looking at it. So um, yeah, one of those things where analytics can be helpful, but I'm sure I can craft the narrative in either direction, do whatever the fuck. Also, the problem with good old. So I think I'm gonna switch these to images. So image. Choose image, or no, get image from one. No, actually, it's just so generic image class. Should probably. That's why. Got it. I don't think I have to like set it to width at 100. This is the lazy load. That'll help. Let's see, responsive image. I have to turn that off. Gradient. Oh, this is when I tried to figure out placeholder images. Work. Ooh. Oh no, never mind. That's right. That's what you need for if you load images from the CMS, you have to have like a placeholder that it basically replaces. So it gets a lot of attributes from that in terms of like cover, size, all that shit. So yeah. This background feed one responsive. This is where like, this, let's see it. I guess you can see if I like hover over it and you see stuff shifting, like where I have this like random embed. Good. It's got some. Oh, I think I do need. That's this. Oh, see, here we go. Problems. Maybe I should elevate that. Oh, I love that. I can't remember the name of that. It's like a expression that has every character of the alphabet. It's really dumb, but it's like if you watch Trailer Park Boys like I do, like it's home, you know. Let's see if I want to do interiors. Still there. Good. I want to do custom so I can do width. No. I don't think I want to get into this game. You can do it. You have to create a combo class for this to mask it or like hold the height. Whereas this is just sort of height auto. So it's going to stretch to fill and then height. Whatever. It's like these sort of rabbit holes can just start appearing and you just realize you don't want anything. Let's it's again just cleaning this shit up. Is it really gonna fix my load time? Probably. I think all this stuff, like, I don't know, it's gonna help, and I think I'm gonna chip away at it in time. But that's really not the priority right now. I think it definitely is. It's something to keep an eye on, but I think there's other things that are more important. Fix some things with this. I need to work on the font. I need to come up with a better can't think of the name of it. Type spec? Yeah. Some people have a lot of fun with them and do some rad stuff, and I feel like I'm kind of I did this and I was like, all right, it's good enough. And one other quick trick I'm doing. So for all this is CMS powered, so I can update it and change them easily. It's all basically a grid. I could check. So it's a collection filtered to whatever the title is. So name is Stream Deck. So when I add something in, I can just say name is. So if I get rid of it, you can see it loads all of them right here. Not what? But that's the benefit of like I think it was such a pain in the ass getting all this like tied into this like the CMS, but going forward it's going to be so much easier. Like everything. Like all these things like um oh maybe not. Not here. Feel like I should. Oh, but I don't have it. I know why. So basically I have it on the originals page where in the CMS, whenever I upload a new DMG file for the download, I update the version number and then it updates throughout. So you can see like this is being pulled from version type. It's also put up here. Probably shouldn't be. Doesn't look at that. What else did I do? Yeah, so this is this whole like these were all caps and 9 pixel font. 13 now. Lost my edge. But it's so much more legible. I mean, it's much better. I think I wouldn't mind looking at it now. Why it's being I went back and forth. All these little like combo class things, I'm just slowly cleaning up. It's really kind of boring, but It's super important to do. Again, all these little things just make my life easier in the long run. And you start learning, like, okay, I tried to make my life easier in this way, but it actually made my life harder. Added a little space there. I think you can see like a little bit of overlap between the two. Something I want to fix in time, but in terms of priorities, I don't think it's there. But I'm feeling much better about this scroll. Like it doesn't have that huge type. Someone doesn't make it past this point, they get an idea of what I'm doing. Because originals, I think I was talking about in the last stream, like originals is kind of a cryptic topic or cryptic title. Fuck is it? Well, now they click it and it's like, all right, get it. Hopefully. I don't know. Only thing I was thinking about doing was making this carousel tied to these products. But what I came to realize is with it, like, so I have the screensaver and the TV app. Those are basically both digital products. I could do it where it's like it doesn't always shift. It's just kind of highlighting whichever one's in it. I think that's a long goal to try and figure out a way of creating that tie. I think just with the sticky elements, the carousel moving and how it's all laid out, like it's not that hard. It's just I was like I was happy enough with like getting this to work that I just was like, you know what? Live to fight another day. We'll get that working. I do want to know why Nav is being covered up like that. Yeah. Just off by one view height. And so, I mean, maybe another day I can go into like all the sticky components and how you do it with all these negative margins. It's a lot of math. Um, yeah, it can be kind of a mind fuck. And like I got to a point this weekend where I was just like, I can't mentally something's not clicking and I start just changing values and stuff just starts moving in the wrong direction and just like, all right, nope, done. Done. And this also like this is another one of those instances of like tablet's never gonna be this tall. Um realistically somewhere in here, and I think this is a much more resolved layout. This spacing's a bit large, but you know, not terrible. Have you noticed the descender on the G of originals is a bit cut from the bottom of my screen? Is that something you already addressed? Let me see the live site. Um, so the G is bottom of my screen. Is that something you? Where was it being cut from in the title? Yeah, I think you might be talking about this overlap here. This is where I went back and forth with it. I like the idea of it hugging the line and kind of having this kind of um, tight layout, 'cause especially for collaborations. Um, it felt it felt kind of nice and clean the way it sat like that. But yeah, with the new version, Um, yeah, there's substantially more padding where it's kind of like sitting in the center of the space. It's kind of going like a more minimal type layout. This that looks way too big. Oh, that's why. I also went back and forth. Not that actually I can't send you a screenshot here, can I? I don't know if you can. I don't think unless you like have it posted somewhere on like a Dropbox or something. I think you can post links in Twitch. I don't think I have that disabled. If there's anywhere else where originals would be shot. That'd be it. Yeah, I appreciate you calling that out. I mean, there definitely are times where so I'm trying to get the bounding box on all my copy to be more or less to the baseline and the top, and like so characters with descenders like the G, um, ideally are not getting they're not like controlling the bound like the constraints of the positioning. So everything's positioned off of this. Um, you can see how it's lining up to the baseline at the top, and the G is kind of like an anomaly that I don't really, or any like sort of descender, I don't really factor into the positioning. I'm always looking at that sort of like top line, bottom line as what dictates position to me. But there are issues sometimes where things get clipped, like the G on a descender will, because there's maybe some overflow hidden or some place where there's a background starts popping up. Um, it can definitely here. Yeah, let's see. Look, I should probably push what I've updated. So this is the old version. Spacing's not great. Um, no hover on that. Oh, weird. Huh. What would cause that? Um, pulling up the inspector right now. I don't. There's nothing really at that point. That's really interesting. Huh. Yeah, I wonder. No, let me go ahead and push. I don't think there's anything too broken right now. Push this 4 days. Well, you only live once. Hopefully this fixes it. I did mess around quite a bit with these titles, so hopefully maybe that's just like a I don't know. But what's weird is like I can't find any sort of bounding boxes in that region with vector. Um, title, yeah. See, all these are strange. Huh. Well, updated site should be live. Do you mind taking a look? The no, no, I appreciate you. Like, if you see something, say something because I'm probably not aware of it. Um, the new site or new updates are pushed. Oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. This XL size always just gets me. I don't spend enough time on it. Sizes just start running away. I need to just like lean into base. Something. This is actually kind of high priority. It's working now? Sweet. Sweet, sweet. Yeah, but don't worry, like I think there's some times where I want to just really jam and focus on kind of flowing, but one of them. And especially if like something's broken, like I really don't mind kind of pivoting to something else, putting out a fire. Because I'm not a developer, I probably just don't know. Oh, good. What it is just a typo. Probably so many typos throughout the site too. This is why I like my hesitant towards making things actually readable, is people might actually read the copy now. Well, that sounds bad, but I try and do a lot of different things, but copywriting is not something I really put a lot of energy into. I just don't change. This is the problem also with using like view width type. Um, Sometimes like when you go like very long and narrow, fonts just feel so cumbersome relative to the layout. You can see it's better here with like a more traditional aspect ratio and size, but always going to be the case. And the other big problem, I went back and forth on this, on whether I use view height or view width for the size of these. And I had view height for a little bit, but you start running into um, you're safer more often than not using view width. View height can definitely work for very specific situations, but I don't know, like on especially on a desktop, this is where I kind of oscillate between view width and pixel size and view height, depending on the application and viewport. But the XL, like it's kind of like a shit show. Like, I mean, with such a big screen, if they're able to like stretch things like this, are they gonna do it like this sometimes, or are they gonna do it like this? Oh, it's lagging quite a lot. It's like this is still 1600 wide, but and this is where view width works, but you can see like all the heights of these elements are calculated on view height. So it's this weird combination of height, view height calculations and view width calculations where you start getting oscillations in padding between different things. So something to keep an eye out. I don't really have the best answer for it yet. I think ideally you're keeping everything in the same unit of measurement so you can kind of control things, but I don't know, like when you get into especially things with titles, I would rather things start overlapping vertically than having stuff off the screen. So you kind of have to just pick your battles, basically. Because yeah, some of that looks pretty funky. That's that's pretty tight. View max plus width and min, but in your general website should have some kind of limits. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I used to always run with like a max width for this reason. Like it just once you get so big, you just start losing control. Um, and what's really unfortunate about Webflow, as far as I know, there's no way of doing like max font sizes. So you can't do like 10 view width, max height, or max size of 200 pixels. You can't draw those lines in the same. Which I mean, you can if you want to get into custom code. Um, but to me, it's kind of, I start writing those off as edge cases. The right thing to do or not. Um, Probably something I need to start thinking about. Let's see. Maybe I'm just being lazy. What is it? Max size or font? I guess one way to do it is just, so I have this XL viewport, and maybe I just set a pixel size at that point instead of just making it um, responsive. So right now it's at 17 view width, but I guess it's probably 180 pixels. Yeah, maybe 200 was closer. So this way I can kind of test. Wide and narrow. Maybe it is that easy. You could argue these aren't the best. This feels a little barren, but I think anyone who's going this sort of size, oh, I don't think I'd rather. I go back and forth. Clearly, um, let's see. I mean, if someone looks at it on a 10 pixel height window, that's their problem, not yours. Yeah, exactly. Like, if people want to break it, they can break it. Like, I think there's only so much you can account for. Like, if I can account for like 90% of users in all sorts of like normal, because this, I mean, this arrow is still on view width. That's why it's so much bigger. 60 pixels. And then this would have to go pixels, like 80 pixels. Font size max 30 view width, 30 pixels. I do think CSS works in Webflow. Yeah, it for sure does. You can do those embed modules. Um, just I don't know. I try and stay away from that when I can. I've got plenty, so it's not like they add that. You gotta be kidding. Interesting workflow. This makes no sense. But yeah, I have plenty of things in terms of like specific CSS. A lot of them are hacks and things I'd probably not be very proud of showing. Although all the Lightbox stuff is really gross. Um, it's there. It's just if I can stay out of that, I'd prefer to. But this, I think it's better. what's the probably go a little bit bigger. It's a little big at the switch at 1440, but I think it holds its own decently through all these different sizes. It all holds up. Okay. Index title, that should be this too. Great. Text block 184. Zip it. Well, it should match, but I think there's just too much other stuff going on. So the idea was almost like those could kind of come together at some point through here. The idea of this sort of being a state, but definitely maybe these need to go to font size as well. Or like in pixels, excuse me. Look at the line lengths are long, like good. I'm not too worried. That's the one thing of I personally the way I look at development and when you have to start making these decisions, it's just like choose the less worse option sometimes. There's no perfect solution for some things, and it's like I just gotta pick a lane and be like, all right, well, I'm gaining this, but I'm giving up that. But there's really, at least within my abilities, there's no other way of doing it. So, calculate. I think in terms of like hierarchy, bad. Under the homepage now. Adam, what's going on? Hey, man. 60 pixels. We can go. But gotta go smallest. Hundred pixels. So this is weird. Oh, that's really strange. This has like remnant values of when I had it on view height. So this were like the combo classes and all these weird naming. I gotta be better about it. 300 pixels. Although letter spacing looks a little wide. Oh, so here we go. View height again. I really like so I switched to M units for everything. Font size I'll use. Look at this originals. We need originals. So we need that combo class only because of the left margin. I don't know if it's my font, but like in order to get like can't see. To get like the O and originals to line up with the content. There's in the font, there's just different spacings. It's because I eyeballed the shit out of it. So just in the same that like this collabs, it probably needs the combo. Let's see, it's picking up stuff from here. So if you don't know, like with Webflow, like everything, like you see the star based on desktop, everything ladders off of that, upward and downward. So down through the sizes, it'll inherit everything from desktop. So base breakpoint is what they call it. Everything up, it'll inherit from the desktop unless you specify otherwise. So that's what we're doing right now is just specifying XL size for these titles. You can see it's over a little bit because this is in view width and the font is now in pixels. So we could probably shift to pixels. Probably like 5 pixels maybe. Or 14. I think I get swept up in the idea of big fonts and like the inner designer in me wants to maximize, and view width is a great way to maximize font size. I think this will stay view width, yeah. And considering this is spanning, view width is fine. It only breaks if you do go to break it. If you do view height, this breaks. If you stretch too high vertically, these become too big. The other trade-off is if I just do it on width, I can control that. I just have to live with more vertical padding, which I'm actually happy with. So huge. Otherwise, I think this info section sucks. I don't know if I want to take this on right now. Picking my battles. Goes behind. The other thing I was thinking is like if it goes behind. Like whether it goes behind this when it scrolls out. There's no background. Whole window? This is also a quick way of testing where things are. Just set a crazy background color and you can kind of identify where things. Another thing, like maybe I'll tweak it. Yeah, I want to figure out how to optimize this more. Makes sense as a grid and background images because I can't lazy load them anyways. One thing I'm not sure of, like if I lazy load, so there's 10 images in this carousel. That's not helping things either. So if I can, I don't know if I lazy load images in the carousel, if it doesn't load those. So Webflow, lazy load, image carousel. This is August 17. This is like before they really integrated lazy loading natively to Webflow. So I don't. Not seeing much as it applies to sliders. Create 80 image slides while the load. I mean, I guess there's a way to test it. If I really wanted to commit to it, you just look in the inspector to see when it's loading assets. Where? Oh, we're not on this. I mean, I wonder if I even lazy load these. Because the video being on top will buy me time. This video should be... I don't think I can control lazy loading with this. Webflow, lazy load, background video. Added lazy load as well. Yeah, did it? I had a buddy asking about this. Oh. But I wonder like how he's doing lazy loading. It's the attribute. I don't know how you. Yeah, it would be nice to understand how he's lazy loading background videos. While asking questions, not getting answers. Not a great sign. JavaScript. Complicated. Doesn't really matter. I kind of prefer to load eager. This up front and then everything in here. Lazy load. Just can't be responsive is the problem. Unless I change this. That's why I had the screenshot. I think if you saw originally. Oh, it's. Oh. I'll take a screenshot of this for reference. So if I want to improve the loading on this with those 10 images, one thing I'm really scared of is shifting off this grid element. I don't really need it because it's a side-by-side. It does keep some alignments that are nice, like with this. Not going to be impossible to recreate without grids, but it just happens very, very easily. This is such a stupid problem to have, but not gonna complain about it. Promise. I'm just gonna copy it. Just turn it off. How do you spell off then? All caps. What's going on? So let's turn. If I have that there, the biggest, it's mostly the container that's gonna be dicey. That's 14 Z index. That's important to know. 11 view height. Oh, fuck it. Let's do it. Cool. Or do I change it up? Go with more of like a banner. Yeah, I want to consolidate it. Guys, Flexbox. Vertical though. I need to put this. I don't know what I typed in there. I was looking somewhere else, but I don't know how video is what came out of that. In order to get this scroll effect retain. Don't ask me why, but like dragging things in, I always have to drag something on top in a folder. Vertical. Gotta set lab con. Scared of what I'm deleting, but whatever. So then this just becomes. Oh, I know what that was. It was the padding under artificial scroll. Yep. That's how I do the, like to have it load on top. Then you have the underlying video be sticky. Because that basically free scrolls out. And then it uses this artificial spacing so you can see lagging. So it'll catch right there. That's how the sticky elements work, is it basically within this larger div block 877, whatever that height is, that's what it'll stick within. So if you can artificially inflate the height by adding basically empty div containers. I'm sure there's other better ways of doing it, but this is how I did it in this instance. But this, that, so this, where we need to just find the boundaries each. So width is important here. Is it 66%? You can kind of do math too. The only thing that's going to throw this off and where I'm going to have to deviate from the math is that I have a negative margin in order to. So I have a wrapper that I put within everything, and that helps set the left and right margins for everything. If I change it, it changes it everywhere. I don't have to worry about it. But for this, I'm overriding it in order to get like a full bleed. So, and what's nice is I know exactly what that's going to be. It's four view width across the board. So, the yeah, you can see over on the right, my cursor. Yeah, I'm behind the chat again. Sorry. So this -4 view width is where I'm achieving that. And then you have to inflate it. I don't know. I really don't know if this is advisable, but again, another thing that I do. This is why I'm so hesitant to like the whole awards class thing. I don't think I should be doing this. That's what, 66, 33, 100%. Almost. Set this to auto, so whatever that 0.5% or whatever it is, 2/3%. No, it's 1%. You can see it's basically doing the same thing now. Margins. Margins. Fuck. So now I can just, it's a matter of close. Boom. That's back. It really wasn't that bad. I guess I get scared really easily. What am I trying to do? So I'm thinking of a way of like, part of me wants to have this sort of sticking here and then having this scroll out. So it's like you, but it's kind of like a weird middle state. I don't know. I just don't like this emptiness down here. Like, yeah, that's scrolling out, but it feels, this is kind of a lot of empty space. And I could always adjust the sticking position. So maybe it's like further down. What I want to do. That hard. Here, 5. Now it's sticking lower. Problem being now is that it's not centered. So 25, not centered either. Yeah, I can play around with that. Oh, load. But this might do a lot to reduce load time. Only, yeah, I gotta check the mobile layout. This again, 5M. Uh, that's strange. This is where I'll start going to pixel sizes because it's getting into these narrower windows where there's only so much damage you can do by the amount of variability is not that great. So it's almost better to just stick with the fixed pixel size and you'll be good. Height 50 up the. In theory, this is 33%. Actually, I mean, this is about as close to like having four view width on each side, 30 pixels. So this is where it's gonna get interesting. So I haven't done this before yet, but it was brought to my attention. I can't remember who it was. Someone in the last stream. I was talking about why I like grid so much, and one of the main reasons was you can change the order of things. So from like a desktop layout, um, like let's say you wanted to have um, you wanted to have text. So you have image on the left, text on the right on desktop. You get to the mobile, you want to have the text above the image. Like that's kind of an override because everything would by default, like whatever's on the left will be on top of whatever's on the right. But with Flexbox, you can specify order, kind of like hover. You can see in the panel on the right. So I haven't done it yet. I don't know exactly how it works. It should be just like grid. The other thing we have to do. I just don't know how it. This might be tough, actually. I don't know if this is going to work the same way unless I do some really weird negative vertical margins. So basically, this living outside of this larger container is a problem. This is the problem. This is where grid is better. I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep the same layout I had before, which for reference is. Oh, I fucked it up. But you can see, here's it is. The width's all fucked up because I use the same classes as the new version, but basically I had the video up top, text in between, and the carousel at the bottom. And so this is all done by overriding position of different rows. So I could just basically specify the rows that I want it to be within. But with the new version and the content being the text living outside of that, I don't think there's any way for me to like inject this in between these divs. Like it has to live within. I don't think there's a different way I can do it. Put my Rain Man hat on. Use all this within the same track. You could argue I should probably start thinking about a different solution. Maybe there's a way to do it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just phoning it in too early. It should be doable because these are fixed widths. Oh, that's why I stick. Something weird. So step one is to go horizontal to vertical. This is the content, so this will stretch 100%. Got that right. Stuff going on right now. If I create 50 view height, 40 view height, these are fixed height. Might be able to pull this off. You have these max height, min heights, and that's where things can get a little dicey. Take it off. Favor of like a cleaner layout. So if I have these set at 60 view height, so this is 60 view height right here. How did it just get a min height again? 0. I want to elevate. These are 60 view height. I have 50 view height minus 110 view height. Uh-oh. The math wasn't perfect. Should scale decently. Good. Oh, it was like 60. There was 75 before. So then, because I'm doing that negative margin, I need to offset that. Adding a positive margin of, I don't think 98 view height, should be less than that. It kind of works. Is it advisable? We just gotta like test the math. See, it's not quite working. This probably would help to have a set height. 40 view height? Yeah, that's 40 view height. Set that to 40 view height. 30? This needs to be back up. Oh man, see, you can tell it's already higher than this. 45, right? So when I set it to 35, it's going too narrow. Yeah. So the content with the padding built in is it extends. It's longer than 36 view height at this condensed size. You can see like it happens places. So ideally, I'm starting to use more padding in vertical height. Be like 5 view height. Might not be perfect. Yeah, there's other padding going on here. Oh, that's stretching from the set height. It's kind of working, and like one way to make sure it works is just to add in a little extra spacing. So too tall is not going to be a problem. It'll work. Layout might be really strange. Um, Prettiest solution, but all in the name of load speed. I'd like to see. But again, once I get into here, it's going to get tight. My worst case. I don't think I'll ever see, but it still works. CTA is gone. What size this would. I think there's a better way of doing it where I set the height and center the content. I think I just have to get rid of all like pixel padding. Until I do that, it's just gonna. Yeah, I should probably get this up. 109. Minus 110 works. Say 40 view height. Center the content. This would be 40 view height then. This has to change. 100. Oh. It's this weird sort of math. And now this should be pretty good. Sixteen pixels. So there are still some pixel values here. These fonts are pixel sizes, so it's pretty good in terms of like it scales decently well. And looking at like most viewports, it's probably fine. I think baking in a little extra padding is probably not a bad thing. Let's go 45 view height. 35. 45. All right, so we're off the grid then. Probably literally and figuratively with this approach. But hopefully this will be another thing that improves load time from 16 seconds, which is this. So, like bit by bit, it seems like there's like all these little fixes are, for me personally at least, like it feels much more complete, and I don't know. It could just be all in my head. Works every size. Keeps the line. Again, some of these values I probably need to work on. 60, 40. One thing I know I need to get better about is like some of these sticky position elements. I should have a container that is sticky and then center align the content. So the container is set to a certain view height, which will then position it in the window correctly, as opposed to like just trying to have this be the sticky element and then offset it by like 5% in the sticky position. So instead of like absolutely mathematically centered, it's, oh, that kind of looks like it's 10 view height. So if I subtract 5, so the sticky position, instead of being 50%, maybe it's 45%. So that's that 5% shift. It's not perfect, and that's on the list of things to do for sure. Quick question about colors. What do you think of websites with black or dark backgrounds? Was there any specific reason you chose white color theme? Is it because you have a lot of imagery in black/dark tone? Good question. I I have a propensity for black. I wear all black all the time, and so if I like if I think I can get away with it, I will definitely try and do um dark images or dark background, excuse me. I just didn't feel like, for me, like there's so much in ultimately what it came down to. If I'm doing purely a media site, so the photo set I'm doing is a dark background. Um, I don't think it's pure black. It's close. Um, but for me, what really decided it was pages like the JW.S case study and the no ISO page being these longer sort of like this reversed out. I don't know. I think it would be annoying. Like if anyone actually wanted to read this, like reading long amounts of copy reversed out is fairly painful. Um, so for me, I just decided at some point I went back and forth. I had some pages that were dark, like back in the day, all these product pages, these were all dark. Um, but it just became a problem managing um, different nav styles, so having a light nav, a dark nav. If I have a dark section, then a light, then I'd have duplicate navigations, and then you'd have these weird overlays. So it kind of became like a Webflow problem in some ways of like managing those shifts. There wasn't a great way for me to do it. And it just seemed like it was giving me more hassle than it was worth. Plus, I like the consistency between this. So, like with the page transitions, I'm able to retain like some continuity between the pages. But I found like the second I went from light to dark, like it was such a dramatic shift. It felt there's a way to do it. I think I didn't get there, but yeah, it just there were all these little things that started piling up where it was just kind of like, all right, is it really worth it at the end of the day? And I just decided no. Unfortunately, like, cause I would love for this to be reversed out. Um, but yeah, Not on this one. So the photo site, photo media, whatever it is, I don't know. Still trying to figure it out. Um, that's gonna be dark background. And what's kind of a bummer is Ari's been so busy he hasn't even touched it, as far as I know. So that's kind of. He also has to figure out the zoom. Apparently, that's just been a huge problem. Then he had Project Startup, so I don't know when that's going to see the light of day. I don't really like that the framework is out in the open. I only put that out there because I thought he was going to get started, but I don't think he's going to be able to now. But it's all right. Like, it's out there and posted on different networks is kind of my flag in the ground for that approach. And if someone does something similar, I mean, maybe they won't care about me being able to point and say, like, hey, you copied this shit. Really wish you wouldn't. But yeah, all good. It'll be fun when it comes out. I still have to do so much content for it, anyways. Like, it's probably good that he's not doing it. Site updates, live stream assets, YouTube videos. Yeah, like, yeah. Trust me, like, I would love to have a site with a dark background. I think it feels more immersive, but some of my products, um, yeah, some of like the longer form stuff, I just couldn't justify it. That's really the short of it. And hopefully that's not a unsatisfying answer. Might be. There's plenty of great examples out there. Yeah, something I was struggling with my folio, having both black and white pages and making separate symbols. Now I'm doing an all black one. Yeah, I think like if you're doing more like media heavy and um doing more media heavy and you don't have these long sort of case studies, but again, you can see a lot of sites do even with the longer case studies, they do reversed out. Um, you can do it. Or just reading. Yeah, I think yeah, picking one's probably the best. Maybe it's something you grow into and you find moments where you want to have a light background, then you just kind of create all those different symbol sets. And the cart one is having different navs, different cart styles. It's just delicate to that. I'm gonna go ahead and push this live. Actually, how can I do this? Well, this will be funny. See how bad this flunks. I don't even know if this is a good test or not. Solar Winds, wasn't that the name of a hack on this site? Ooh. Yee. Oh, bueno. These get degrees though, am I right? Let's see if any of this updated effort was worth it. Um, that, I'll have to see 30 issues. Alt text, non-descriptive link text. Basically alt text. I'm gonna be really bummed if it does. It has to be lazy loading it. Gotta be better. Published. What if I should do incognito browser? I don't think it would cache. Is it gonna be better? Probably not. I don't know why, I'm just pessimistic. Son of a bitch. There's more requests, same size. How is that possible? Megabytes is so big. Two-second load time is not bad, but zip. Oh yeah, you couldn't see the. Oh, because it's incognito window. That's. Yeah, it's exactly the same. I was just looking at some of the things it's talking about. Web pages becoming increasingly scripts. I was looking at this gzip. I don't know what. Can't do gzip, so that's out. Um, Bad. Components on a page. All right. Doesn't. Back to the drawing board. So does lazy loading just not even work? Man, I'm really gonna try out Webflow. Seems pretty straightforward and pretty easy to customize as well. Yep. I mean, if you compare it to a plan with like Squarespace, 'cause I have a friend who he makes whatever he makes surfboards, and he wanted a website, and I just was thinking like self-preservation with so much shit going on. I had him go on Squarespace and just trying to populate that. It's just populate it, modify it, customize it. Really bad. Like they've got to step their shit up. Like with Webflow, price is comparable. And again, like once you kind of figure out the workflow, it's so fast. Like I was mentioning on one of the other streams, like built my girlfriend's webpage in a day. Um, Not the greatest and most complex, but it's got it's got sticky elements, fades in, background video, like say what you will about it. For a day and responsive, like oh, not bad. Could you do that in Squarespace? Fuck no. So I like definitely give it a look. Like if you want to be able to just kind of get ideas out and on the web, um, it's pretty wild. You design in ESXD Figma or whatever. Sorry if it has already been asked before. Yeah, no worries. Like if anyone who's here, like if you ever have a question, like don't worry if it's ever been talked about. Like these streams go for 5 hours and I probably mention it in one little 30-second clip on hour two and a half. Like, don't worry, I don't mind responding. But yeah, I use Sketch for the most part. It really depends on the project. If it's more like art direction heavy and kind of creating assets that help reinforce an art direction, it'll be in Photoshop. I'll do kind of style boards or whatever in there. But whenever I get into layout, um, it's all Sketch for me. I just bought into the whole ecosystem and I built libraries around it. It's paid for. I don't have to have a subscription. I don't know, all these little things. I mean, I'm in deep. I've got a gambler's mentality. So this is just my like Instagram layouts and stuff like that. So linked libraries, I can access it anywhere. I have it linked up to typography, but I just never use it. Um, but like, like? I think Figma is more or less a reskin Sketch, more capable in my eyes, probably more efficient. Um, but for me, being so invested in Sketch, there's a lot of little things. There's like my Stream Deck. Like why isn't this coming up? I have like my Stream Deck sets of actions that I can easily access at any point. All these little things just kind of add up to I don't really want to change. So, um, but it's like teach their own. I've been hearing more and more about XD. I don't know if that's been getting to a better place. I know in the beginning I was really confused about. I understood what they were trying to achieve with it, but it seemed really limited. Seems much better now. As little as I want to give Adobe any credit. Um, yeah, I mean it's all for me. It's always whatever makes most sense for what you need to do. And for me, like interactive design, so much of it is just like layout and typography and repetition and creating systems, and that's to me it's really easy for me to manage in Sketch. Have on, yo, what's going on, man? How you doing? But yeah, feel free to ask lots of questions. I think for today, I'm just trying to power through some of these Webflow updates. Again, I kind of have like all day today to focus on whatever. So, oh, night streams aren't. I don't think anyone really likes those outside of me for editing photos. So, um, yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. You're comment about a day. Yeah, it's wild what you can do in a day, and it's just it's a day um and probably like a year of learning different techniques. But for me, like I didn't know development, so I wasn't structuring things probably in the most forward thinking way. So maybe most people don't need that year of kind of failing because my old website, both of my websites, this one and the one before, have all been like learning. I've gotten just better and better and established more and more things. you can see I'm still doing things that probably aren't totally advised. Um, like this whole section and how I'm doing such extreme negative margins. I don't know if that's great, but I'm still doing it. So this thing's being the bane of my existence. But, I'm a long time PS man, but also looking into XD as well. I agree. There's just tools, whatever works best for you works. Yep. Yeah, I was in CS6 until Big Sur broke it. That's the only reason. Now I'm on CC21 or whatever the fuck it is. Um, yeah, I think like just like the efficiency improvements when it comes to anything like e-commerce or app based with if you get into symbols and nested symbols, I mean, I bring up I think this would almost be impossible to do. Like I think this would almost be impossible to do in Photoshop. Like if I had all these instances of all of these little tiles and animating and I wanted to change the design on it, I just think I'd be fucked. Like I'd be spending an hour just updating all of these little tiles, but because I have the original element listed within the different states, which are then listed in the larger states, like I update one and it proliferates and it updates in like I don't know 500 different places, which is probably a couple hours worth of work purely updating that just for once. And I've changed my mind on these things several times. So um, this sort of stuff, it's super valuable. And and you are limited, like you can't do a lot of like asset generation. So I'll have Photoshop open. Like whenever I work in Sketch, sometimes I'll create assets in Photoshop and import them into Sketch. Um, but usually not. I mean, that doesn't happen that often. Usually, I'm kind of picking a lane. And if I need to generate something, I will. But I'll just like if I'm doing art direction and more expressive stuff, yeah, it's pretty much all Photoshop. Anything like design, interactive, it's all in Sketch. Um, but yeah, like the people who are evangelists and are trying to tell people what sort of tools to use, like, and they're why they would want to do that. But take that for whatever it's worth. So this right here is a stupid problem. Um, entirely because I I fucked up the character in the font. I was messing around with this last. But yeah, these are all things that are I'm trying to like fix in code because I did them wrong in the font. I haven't updated. There's artboards in PS for around 5 pages, and it's a memory hog. Like what you're doing there. Thanks, man. Yeah, that's gonna be a fun project. I'm hoping to get that out soon. I just need to start animating, figuring out like one or two things. But I've never used artboards in Photoshop. I don't know why. I just thought anything like there's um this. But how I would do explorations in Photoshop. So I do these style boards. They're basically the heroes, and I would just create folders and folders and folders. And so you'd have like this like 1800 by whatever 1200 Photoshop file, but it would be like 2 gigs because there's just like all this shit buried in folders. And then let me see if I can find. Um, Old and bad. Oof. I don't even think I'd time that one. Ideation? Oh, I forgot to create ideation. I don't know what these updated are, but so yeah, desktop. Have to dip out, brother. Keep up the great work, and I'll watch stream later. All the best, and thanks for your time. Yeah, of course, Ryan. Thanks for coming through, man. Appreciate the questions. Um, yeah, hopefully streams will be more regular. I feel like when I get on a contract, I'll have more of a structure. Maybe I'll just do like morning streams before I have to get on. That's gonna work. Text layout different. Yeah, here's a good example of discovery exploration in Photoshop. See why it took so long to load. So all these different iterations. So I'll just like come up with different themes. So it's like, okay, newspaper-ish. Like, all right, what could that look like with different, keeping the same idea. All right, that's too boring. So then I start flagging stuff. So instead of using artboards, this is basically what I would do instead. But yeah, since I looked at it. Don't save. Oh, where was it? Oh yeah, fixing my fuck ups here. I just don't understand why this spacing is. There's a fixed height on this. So also, good thing I've been. I think I was talking about before, but like um, the less blue you have, the better. That's the way. Because then that means you're applying the least amount of code. Fixed pixel size is gonna. Does. Oh, these are broken too. I fix these like that looks. Oh yeah, 280 pixels. Can live with that. I'm sorry. What's down here? Nintendo. If yeah, if you're browsing my site on NES, you can go fuck your hat. I don't care if line breaks. iPhone SE. That's one to worry about. See problems on iPhone SE, like kind of means it's a problem. For an NES, like This is one that makes almost no sense to me. All these different align properties and none of them seem to do. Like, I don't know what these are being aligned on. Zero works there. Line height is 2 baseline. That's the problem. All these little alignment things. This is my problem. Like when I start, I don't really know what the best way to align it. I just start clicking shit. I don't always unclick it, and then I'm left with like random baseline alignments. Then I get broken stuff, and then I try and fight it with different margins and stuff like that. Not advised. Probably what's going on. Cool. These 2 sections are problems. Scribe's not much better. Yeah, if you got any questions, keep it coming. I'm here for it. What is this? What? You have an idea? Not an issue there. I let it breathe a little bit. I'm so sad I didn't get any improvement for all that effort of recreating this not in a grid. Oh, wait. No. If it's not in a grid, it can be responsive images. I don't know how much I'm going to see an improvement. Should be decent. Oh, that means this. Okay, so that is responsive. Like based off of that, I don't know if um I don't know if it's even worth like because this is another grid layout. But if I'm not seeing any performance benefits from changing to responsive images or lazy loading anything, then why the fuck am I bothering? Maybe this needs to become an image. I don't think it's like this, but let's. Web Live B. Oh. It doesn't have that like scroll. It's kind of nice, like it stayed within the window and then it kind of masked it, but trying to optimize, I guess. BB, hey John, good to see you live here. Yeah, here. You're on YouTube. Also got the Twitch. Trying to stay live. Yeah, it's doing a Webflow session today. Kind of into about anything. Most times, but it should just be image. Oh. But yeah, typically like any sort of questions you have, like any like I'll dip into whatever. I was talking about design, process, photos, videos. I probably won't go to like dive too deep into um to what's it called, like if you have like a color grading question and I'm trying to grind on web stuff, I might not be able to dive too deep into it. I'll at least talk about it for sure. But then I can just keep that in the back of my mind and then jump to that more in depth at another time. Oh, I really fucked this up. Cover. Just create a random combo class if I do with auto. Why is this being so time grid is absolute. Let's go ahead and put this div. Try something. Sorry, I'm tapping on the desk a lot, and I know the mic's currently sitting on the desk, so I might pick that up more than I would like. Let's put the live title. All the stuff I just want to put. The live details I want outside of this. So if I have it stick, yeah, so I don't have any padding at the bottom. Um, I was just going through your message now. Let's see. Always brief. Okay. Hey, don't be afraid to like ask long questions at all. Like, no worries. So your question, you struggle with creative confidence at times, all the time, all the time. That is, um, yeah, that's a huge problem for me, if I'm being honest. Um, it's, I could go on a long sort of ramble about this. I wrote this. Uh, have to fix that. But yeah, I mean, my whole thing with that is I think designers are inherently uncomfortable because there's no right answers. Um, I think people who have worked with me probably heard me ramble on about this. Um, but yeah, with design, like there's no way to like check your math. There's no like engineering where everything checks out and it's like, okay, I'm confident I have the right answer. And it's really hard if um it's kind of hard operating in that world of like you don't really know what's like, am I right about this? Am I wrong? Like, do I know what the fuck I'm talking about? Maybe I don't. It's just like that seed of self-doubt just creeps in. Um, and I mean, I think it's natural. Like, if you give a shit about what you're doing, it's only natural for there to be sort of momentary, like, uncertainty. Um, like, oh, it's really hard to explain. Um, because even with like 13 years of experience or whatever the fuck it is, 10 plus is just what I call it now. Um, like I have so much experience in doing this that I should know the right answers to these things, but there are some things that are objective in design, but there's so much that's purely subjective. Um, and it's like if you want to get into analytics and why something is right there, well, someone can basically turn that into an entirely different story or a different narrative. And so there's really no like absolute source of truth when it comes to the design. Like, and I think as a designer, like I've had so many things just undercut, like things I was confident in, and I was just told like, no, that's not the way to do it. And at a point, you're just like, well, fuck, like, what do I know? Um, oh, oh, I remember why this is overflow hidden. That'll break the stick. You can shit. What? Shit. It kind of works. There we go. Fixes the overflow. Um, yeah, and so like that's kind of always just like festers and it kind of grows and just creates the seed of doubt. And for me, I have this weird like inferiority complex where I just want to be like I don't think I'm ever good enough, and there's all sorts of things that I could attribute that to. I've worked at a lot of places that have encouraged that and leaned into that, and I think taken advantage of that. Um, whether it's just never giving any sort of validation to any work that's done, so many, so many ways it's kind of taken advantage of, which is kind of shitty. But that's kind of the reality. So yeah, I mean, it's always something that's in the back of my mind, but it's at the same time it's a motivator for me. Like this is kind of why I have this crazy motor. I just can't like I fear stagnation. I fear like not being good enough. Um, and that hasn't gone away. And like that's something maybe could be valuable to share. If like you think you're gonna have I don't know things figured out, or you'll get to a place where you suddenly feel good about, where you feel confident in your designs. Like if you're banking on that time coming, I don't know. I would um I would be cautious about that. I think um yeah, I always thought like, oh, if I just like if I build a site that gets site of the day, like I'll be really happy and think that I've kind of like gotten to a place where I'm comfortable. And it's like, no, I just figure out all this shit that like what I'm doing now. Like I'm burning endless hours on this fucking website. Um or probably nominal returns. I am learning. I think there's a lot to be gained in it, but it's a lot of it's just like this total sense of discomfort of like it's not good enough. I look at it, I see problems, I'm like, fuck, it's not right, it's not good. And so it's just kind of learning to live with that. And that's probably a very unsatisfying answer. Um, but that's like, and then you sort of make peace with like, I did my like as long as you can like feel comfortable that like you did your best in that moment, and it's like acknowledging it's hard to do, but acknowledging the fact that like you have experience, this is what you get paid to do, and people come to you for that experience. And it's like you could just sit and just churn on something and try and make it perfect forever because you just don't feel comfortable in it ever. But like you got to wrap it up at some point. As I'm unwinding everything. Um, so yeah, you're not alone on that for sure. Um, the way it is, I don't know. For me, it's like a perfect storm. Like I'm in the wrong industry with an inferiority complex. Like I should be in like accounting or something where it's just like, yep, everything checks out, it's done. This, it's just like, mm, let's fuck around with it for a while because it's not good. Um, how do you deal with it if when you're overwhelmed with the stuff out there? Um, deal with overwhelmed with the stuff out there. What do you mean by overwhelmed by the stuff out there? I guess like looking around and comparing myself, seeing stuff that's really good, and is that kind of what you're Instagram, SM, all social media? Um, I guess I don't understand the overwhelmed part. Like, what would be for you? What kind of spurs any sort of overwhelming feeling? Actually, yeah. You can let me know. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real fast. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'm not gonna put the be right back because I think it's totally broken. We could take a look for a laugh. It's kind of fixed. We'll just leave it here. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. 2 minutes. Always worried I'm gonna do like a, what is it, a Frank Drebin from Naked Gun. Get the live mic and takes it with him to the bathroom. Oh fuck! If you haven't seen Naked Gun, do yourself a favor. Go see Naked Gun. Really stupid. The whole comparison thing and kind of not trusting your work. I had to delete Instagram for a while just to focus on what I wanted to do. Keep seeing new styles, motion typography out there, and then I try to create things similar to that. Not sure if anyone else has felt that way. Um, yeah, I mean, what is it? Comparison is the thief of joy. Like, if you just compare yourself to other people, it's just gonna be. I think it's good to understand what other people are doing and to appreciate what they're doing, but like if you want to directly compare yourself to it, I don't know if you're doing yourself a ton of favors. It's hard. I mean, it really is something that's impossible to turn off. I think deleting social media sometimes is good. I think there's definitely times where it's better to focus on, like, focus on yourself, focus on whatever you know you want to do for yourself, and then maybe just pop up, take a look around, and then just go back into your work. Um, because yeah, there's some people out there. I mean, for me, I think I'm inherently creative, but for me, design is something like I just taught myself. I think I outworked people, just because of like that inferiority complex I was talking about, and like never feeling comfortable and trying to like outwork that discomfort. Um, I think I've become okay. Do I have the natural ability that some other people do? I don't think so. And so I regularly compare myself to what they're doing, and I'm just like for me, let me close that. Um, yeah, there's people out there, and like one thing that became obvious to me and something I started focusing on was like, so I collect all these things in terms of inspiration, and I think for me, I was hoping to find my work amongst this stuff. Like that's when I know I would be on the right page. Like if my execution was up to the level of my, and I don't think it is. I think this stuff operates and exists on the higher level, so it's all like aspirational to me. So I was definitely like kind of bummed out when I was just like, well, what am I missing? And I still don't have a great answer for it. And so in some ways I do that sort of comparison, and I feel it's taking away from my ability to enjoy what I've achieved, which, and it's just really hard to even say that, because I don't feel like I've achieved that much. I still feel like I'm still just getting started. Like just going freelance, I think is the beginning of my actual career. I think going through the agency grind just was sort of a, like, something that got me a decent platform to build like a decent set of skill sets and understanding of the industry I want to operate within. But now like I have the clear space to like make something of my work and my time I spent. I can go find clients that I want to work with. Um, like for me, I'm I built up savings and now I'm burning through that to have this time to work on my own project. Which to me is like it's gone by way too damn fast. Um, and I've been enjoying it, but I think there's always been that sort of like, yeah, but still I'm not like not getting out there in the same ways that I see other people. So um, yeah, and I mean like different styles, like if we're talking about styles, motion, typography, so much of it is trends, and like I just try not to latch on to trends too much. I'm sure there's things that I'm doing that are trendy, but I try not to I try not to like hitch my wagon, so to speak, to any sort of trends. This one's so confusing to me. This should line up. Never does. So yeah, it's good to like take time and just like turn that off, but um I don't know. I think it's okay to look at that stuff, but just know that, you know, some people have natural talent. Some people work even harder than you. It's all like, I don't know, it's all contributing factors to why they might be doing something better. And, or it's like for me, I'm a sort of a jack of all trades. And like, if I want to be upset that someone's designing better than me, but they pretty much only design, can't be that mad. I know color grading and all this other stuff. And it's maybe if I dedicated myself as much as they did to design, I could do it. But I don't know. So there's like any number of like factors that can sort of um can chalk all that stuff up to. Yeah, you're welcome. Hopefully that helps. I know like these sort of like high level sort of questions very much prone to be rambling and find tangents, and maybe it lost its way somewhere along the in the response. But yeah, feel free to ask follow-ups or anything else. Happy to help. I don't know what to do about it. Or this. Partially why I also got rid of the background, or I'm okay getting rid of the background, is that it clean. It's like a clean wipe of the title for originals, whereas like when the mask happened, where it happened wasn't something I could control. It was based off the image size. This image is stretched now. Auto? It's doing cover. Width? No. Aha. Cover. Cover and then might be just incorporating that left 6 left. Not even gonna do it. Oh yes. That's okay. Drizzle starting. Weirdly raining in LA. and stuff. That's what I wanted to hear. These are more like discussions, and there isn't a right answer. Like I said, with the pandemic, you really don't get to chat with creatives in a workspace on these high level things. Yeah, I mean that's partially why I love doing these streams. Is like, and again, like if you have these questions and like my answer is not something that makes sense, you don't agree with, like I'm all for having a dialogue. Um, Again, sounds tacky and cheesy, but if I'm wrong, then I'm learning something. How I view it. And yeah, like I moved to Hawaii for 6 months and I literally talked to one person. So it's good to get back out and connect with people. So really appreciate the questions. Definitely feel free to ask follow-ups, disagree, like just want this to kind of be like a whatever sort of space, like probably lots of rambling. Lots of me just cursing Webflow and not understanding why nothing's working the way I want it to, but it's a package deal. Better. Performance is probably still exactly the same. Right. Stop tapping the desk, I swear. Oh, there's one other thing I wanted to work on. I'm sure there's plenty broken right now. I do want to. I want to fix the product pages. That's one thing. I don't know if I'm going to do that today. It's not technically broken. I just think it's kind of janky the way I did it. Yeah, the one thing I want to do is work on the footer. Um, I want to implement copy to clipboard for all those links, especially email. Email's the one that like really drives me crazy. Um, I don't use like Mac email client, so anytime I click on a link, it just opens up the web or the mail client. I don't like that. So it seems like it's just a little bit of custom code. I did a cursory test. Oh, Europe challenge. I need a layup right here. What do you think? Any improvement? I guess there's no. Did it go up? It got bigger. I wonder if I'm not using responsive. It is. How did how did I gain like a meg of loading? Where did that mystery meg come from? So confused. 19.4, 18.7. Kind of a lot of JavaScript. By size by domain. That big, 138K? Like it is kind of big, but followed by um wants total sizes, but copy that. I'll copy to clipboard. How the fuck am I? I mean, this is probably the most boring shit I could do on a stream. What this Facebook /tr is page view. 747 bytes. 7. Tiny. Oh yeah. Oh. Whoops. I mean, nothing's that big. I think it's just cumulative data. Like, I really wish the lazy load would work a little bit better. Yo, Sal, what's good, man? Struggle bus is parked like 10 deep on the struggle bus. I was just, you know, getting D's. There's a joke. I'm just not gonna make it. I'm talking about this D as a performance grade, 68%. Trying to look at, yeah, Sal, you went there, man. Yeah, pretty much. Trying to improve load time. Sal, I mean, I know you and I have chatted about Webflow. I've been doing a ton of updates, but one of them has been performance. Looking at, let's pull up. Looking at my longest load time. Got an error. Let's see. First page by speed. I know it's in a different window right now. Slowest. I do. Upstream. You can see the numbers here. 14 fucking seconds for the homepage. So before you, I'm assuming you just jumped on. was doing a lot of troubleshooting with image assets. So I was using background images because I don't know if you know this, but if you use responsive images inside of a grid, they turn out blurry. But if you can get rid of grid layouts, you can use regular image assets and use responsive images, which would be more efficient. Um, I saw an increase in page load size after doing all these fixes and trying to get away from grids. Um, so I don't know if you've got anything you did. You hit 97, 98 on Google speed test. Wait, what? You ready for a good laugh? It's definitely not going to be the 97, 98 you're getting. I'm guessing 58. That's my guess. So, any takers? Price is Right rules. 58. $1. 17. Should have gone with the $1. Oh shit. Whew. That's mobile. Uh, yeah, using video formats for animated content. That's still time to interactive 22 seconds. Oh yeah, that is mobile. Desktop 39. Woo! Oh, avoid enormous network payloads. Oh, you mean like big old animated GIFs? Hmm. I can make that a video. Probably save a lot. Always. That big? Or it's all the video stuff. WebM. How did it transfer this to WebM? Probably trim that size. So maybe it's just like bring back asset sizes, but I don't know. Yeah, it's just that big. 6.8 megabyte just for that, for this no ISO background. Oh yeah, the whole WebP format. Yeah, I don't think there's any native support for that. What's funny, like I don't know what it is, but all every time I convert my JPEGs um, into WebP, it gets bigger. So I wonder how much I'd really see. But I'm gonna get rid of this video. Shame because it's a nice element, but it's 6 megs. Like that's ridiculous. Way too big. All right, like I'm on my desktop right now trying to open up. That's a WebM file. I want to see if I have the original. Or maybe I switch it up. Megabyte. Looking at it. What if I trim this? Second. Let's do 2-second loop. 2-second loop of static. I'm looking at like the colored rainbow bars. As 480p. Color bars. Much smaller. 568K. Right, Ari with croissants? Ah, man, I wish. Look any good or not. I'm upscaling this so much. Not even playing. Yeah. um, I don't think Ari's gonna take croissants. He had to take on some client work so he could buy more croissants. Um, yeah, so hoping to get him going on the photo site. I don't understand why this is so dark. Filters. I don't think that's the answer, but 568K versus it's got to be a scroll interaction. It can't be. No overlays. I'm sure you know. I don't even know how to say the characters in alphabet in Norwegian. We have a very different way of pronouncing that. No, ISO in Norwegian sounds a lot different. Yeah. I don't doubt that. I don't know why, but designers, myself included, have latched onto it. The whole like concept behind it is that it's more or less an O. Um, the way it's designed, it's supposed to look like an O and an E, depending on how you look at it. So this one being, so this is actually supposed to be different from that one. This is not supposed to have um, the missing gaps. Only the E is. The idea being that it's supposed to read like noise or no ISO or no ISO, and those being total opposites. I would be curious to see what the translation is. I'll put a plus for some reason. Okay.
Nø ise.
Huh. I don't know if that came through or not. It's like, is there a fundamentally different meaning to it? I'm sure there is. And that's the problem with appropriating a character without doing your homework. I wouldn't be surprised if it's got like a derogatory meaning in some language and I just told someone to go fuck themselves. Like, ah, yeah, that's the problem. Not doing your homework. Dark. You can see this is what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be like a little glitch video. I'm gonna publish all these parts. No, it's fine. All right, good to know. Because like, I think it's in Icelandic, in like a Nordic character. I think I've seen it in German too. Danish, Faroes. I'm guessing that's the Faroe Islands. Region. Democratic Republic of Congo. It's all over. I was going international with this. I'd cover. It says lettering's dope as hell though. No regrets, dog. Just like that. Right? I would call him a friend. This is a guy I knew growing up. He wasn't the smartest. Oh, no, that's okay. Weird aspect ratio. This is back again. This is the only problem I'm seeing now. See how quickly that catches? I need to add some padding to the last one. So dark. But yeah, he had it was like a nautical star on his shoulder, but they got east and west wrong. And he tried to like inflate some artificial meaning of like, no, it means like I go my own way. They fucked that up and you know it. I think, man. No regrets. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'll probably find a different one. I gotta figure out why it's um working all that well. Capacity, but I do want to see if this should help quite a bit. Unless this is caching it. No. But now I'm also running from London, I saw at the last second. Come on, let's get a C. Even bigger. I'm just gonna quit. It's bigger. How? Let that run. Maybe just performance isn't my thing. Right? Friend of a girl I used to date got beautiful tattooed on her neck. I felt horrible for her. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. What would you like to see? There's not much I mean, you can get the LASIK or laser removal. Things that hurts much more than the original. image is so... Oh, contrast, the filter on it. Doing there. Didn't even fix it. Oh. There we go. Again, don't know if I like that. Tone it down a touch. Held 2% overlay. Apparently, no, like it did it worse. Removed 6 megs and it's made the site bigger. Oh yeah, the other thing, this catch here happening too quickly. Best way to do it. Thought I had done it here. That catch. Hmm. So what I can also did, or what I did to fix it, there's technically more of a scroll, but you're not seeing anything change because these are stuck in that position. By adding additional margin taller, that's the best way to do it. I'd like to see this scroll out. What I thought this was doing. This doesn't seem to be doing anything now. Highly accurate. And view height of has, oh, almost like this scroll hack needs to sit somewhere else, but I can't. Good. Put it here. Sticky to this. I don't know. This is, I don't want to do that. I was going to put it outside and then negative margin into it just because these are all fixed height images. I don't think that's what I want to do either. Yeah, because ideally there's just room for this scroll window going. But I don't think it can unless this lives outside. Hmm. As I close the windows, those kids skateboarding things gotta go on. I'll think about that. I'll do that on my own time. I think it's just getting it to free scroll a little bit more off this last one. It's like boom. It's I actually think it's doing more harm than good. Hmm. Oh, yeah. I just have like 20 pixels of padding doing the masking here. And this could be something I do an interaction for in time, where it's like once this image hits its, like once it's almost at this height, let's say it's at like 50% of this height, I could trigger an animation to fade out the previous one and fade in the incoming one. So it's not like this hard wipe over it, but there you go. Something else. Oh yeah, the clipboard. That's what I want to do. So I did see there was a tutorial. Opening Webflow. Again, the beauty of Webflow, you have all these um, all these tutorials and shit that people do. Let's data clipboard target coupon. There's a tutorial, but I just too lazy to watch it right now. I'm assuming there's something in the settings with embedded code. But why is it grayed out? Oh, that's why. Hmm. So you have this code. Coupon field. Well, maybe I should just test it, see if I can get it working at all. Somewhere where I'm not going to fuck anything up. A safe space. Oh, so this page, where is it? Titled. So I've got the script. Loop wrapper. I can just copy the whole thing. Should work. Oh, oh, you might be stuck. Copy the clipboard. Really? I always thought you could copy from here and just It's not fortunate. Component. How can I do it? Yes. Let's see if this works. Let's see what I have to do to modify it to get it to work within my footer. Oh, I didn't paste the custom code. It's not gonna work at all. No, it is there. I guess it did save from before. Is it copied? It is. It does work. Okay. That's nice. So what do I need? Group wrap. Group container. Don't need an image. You can delete me? Oh, okay. Title. This. Form field and private. I guess you have to have all these fields. Form block. Trying to get the best way to do this so I can replicate my footer design. Need this anymore. It's more or less keeping this. Text block. Okay, that's good. T footer. I don't. It's like the identifier is how I do it. Link elements cannot be pasted. Okay, but what's the links? Clear Webflow's default disabled input style. Okay. That's fine. What if I just don't even display that? Yeah. And this becomes okay. I can't put a what's it called? Unless I have the character in my font, which I don't right now. I wanted to put just like the clipboard icon, but maybe for now it's just going to be copied. Do all caps. Bold. 0.02. I like how lopsided this padding is. Still not centered. Only thing I'm curious of, which will determine whether or not this works, is if I can power this by the CMS. Instead of having this above the footer, if I can just do this in a local embed, then I can, this will work. That text edit just for now. That's gone. I can put it in here. It has that. I don't need this. Oh, maybe I do. So value. If I can add a field. Link URL. Oh, this is this. It's not. So I'm just checking to see what that value is in here. So this should be just, no, it should be dark. Oh, what the button will change to for 2 seconds. So this should be, I don't know how to modify this properly. Let's go crazy with it. Make it red. Like shit. Save and close. If I hide this, is it gonna work? Okay. Let's try it out. I don't think it's gonna, it might work. I don't know how nitpicky it is with terms of like where I embed that code. If it needs to be right, like at the bottom of the page, then this might not work. Truth. Yep, not working. Ooh, that doesn't look good. All this looks chunky. Well, that's a bummer. So that doesn't work. Because it's not useful to me. Like, I want to be able to update these, although I don't plan on it. It's probably more hassle than it's worth to have this tied to the CMS, if I'm being honest. But I don't know if that solution's meant to have multiple instances. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. That's okay. And we should be all right. Someday. You trying to get URL copy to clipboard on click? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Just have it so you can like hover over this. It has the primary CTA of going to that link, but then just a copy of this would show up on the right. And then that was like, that's how you'll get it. Because I want to like give people the option to like email is the biggest problem I see of launching your email client, or feel like me and you just use Gmail web, whatever it's called, like the web version. Um, oh, I know why that was chunky. Never mind. So that page didn't have the auxiliary, which had the anti-aliasing. So that's why that looked like shit. But yeah, so have you messed around with copy to clipboard? There's a lot of things I would like to do. Like in the checkout with like the downloads, if you could, if you could just copy that link. Actually, I don't know if I want people to copy that. There's some other place that made sense. Were you good at typography all along? I mean, back to your old question, like I don't know how I'm really that good at typography. I really like playing around with fonts. I've gotten better at it. I'm sure I'll still learn different things. Um, no, I sucked at. I mean, even it's a relative thing, but relative to now, I really sucked with type for a long time. Um, it's one of those things like you start just like honing in on it. I mean, there's so many different aspects of typography in terms of like just picking a font and finding the one that has the right characteristics for what you want to represent, um, or like the technical aspects of like choosing different fonts, um, not choosing technical aspects of like setting it, like what's letter spacing, line height, all that sort of stuff. That's just practice, and I've sort of refined my eye, and I always like bounce back and forth between um, like I'll learn something I want to try with fonts, and then I'll go too far with it in one direction. I think like a really large type on my old site as of this morning was me exploring and going too far that direction. Um, so it's you just kind of learn and like hone in on it, um, and it's always like it's gonna be pendulum swinging. Like you just kind of you see something, you want to kind of try something like it. It seems like you kind of have to go really hard at it and be pretty overt about replicating it. And you kind of learn like, okay, is that too much? Too little? I mean, for me, I've come to learn like over time, all you really learn how to do is how to be subtle about employing all these techniques. Like for like the great example I think of is like you get Photoshop and then you learn about lens flares. Oh my god. This is like back in the day. I might be dating myself, but because like you just had lens flares, like fuck, that's so cool. And like you just throw lens flares on everything. Or if you're JJ Abrams or whoever the fuck. Um or Michael Bay. Still haven't learned. Um but yeah, you learn how to be subtle with things, so you kind of you have to go through it. I don't think there's any way of of not doing it unless you're just naturally talented. Like some people are. I'm not. I have to kind of learn the hard way with things. Um, so that's the problem with being like operating on feel is like you kind of have to gotta explore the shit that doesn't work just as much as the stuff that does. Um, so yeah, a lot of sucking along the way. That's for sure. Something that worked for you. Do you have any tips for improving typography in general? Something that worked for you? I mean, I have a good understanding, but always fall back to something conservative. Yeah, I think it's. I don't know. I mean, you're talking to the person who caught a lot of shit for small fonts. Um, again, I like him. I don't really. I don't think you'll find a lot of people who agree with some of my approaches to type. Um, is what it is. Font. So maybe don't listen to me on font size limitations, but I think just finding the right feel of like. I mean, there's a lot of things with interactive design and accounting for variability. So it's like if you need something to be flexible, it's always going to skew more conservative in terms of like it's like if you have something that's going to be constantly like if you're working on like a blog or something and all these categories or titles are going to have all these different lengths and you have to accommodate all sorts of use cases like it's just going to always skew more conservative. um, that's in general like design. If you have to templatize things, like rarely does something very aggressive work in a templatized form. um, so it's kind of understanding the realities of like what your application is. Like if you, for me, I like fucking around with like just like one-off marketing sites where it's like you know the content, it's not going to change, you can be more aggressive with it. Whereas if it's something like this that I'm kind of always updating it, I get too aggressive, I'm going to break it pretty quickly. Is it the most interesting? Probably not. But yeah, just picking and choosing those moments is the best. And like in terms of like the technical term, I think it just comes down to personal taste at the end of the day. I can screenshot that one's looking a little thick. Um, yeah, it's just personal taste. I've gone back and forth in terms of like what my like tracking is. Um, pretty much everything I've oscillated on. So again, totally subjective. So take that for what it's worth. This is always on my to-do list of my site because I'm about ready to lose my shit with all the fucking spam I get from my site since I put my email on there via mail to link. Yeah, I mean maybe you're, I don't know. I think I have mine on there. I don't think I haven't gotten a ton of spam. Um, it's definitely in my notifications. It's on the info page, I think. I probably just jinxed myself and I'm gonna get a bunch of robots crawling on my page. Fuckers. Yeah, it's right here. I don't know. I guess I've been lucky. It's got through. Why is that a view width? That's an N. Strange. Opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. They all stink. Moral of the story: do whatever you want to do and break all the rules. It's personal taste in the end. Yep, that's the short of it and the long of it. I think, yeah. I mean, when you get the client component into it, I mean, that's where you're going to get a lot of smelly assholes telling you what to do. But if it's for your own purposes, it's go nuts. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Like if you know it's type something you want to work on, just kind of track things and um, I don't know. Just keep in mind what you like, what you don't like, what you keep like, what keeps standing out to your eye is either good or problematic. Then eventually with time, you just kind of refine and find something to like. I don't know. Page. This is on the to-do list. These product pages are. To finish the interactive page and launch that soon. This feedback submission page, I need to. I worked on it a little bit, but it still doesn't work. That. What else do I want to do? Delta in a good spot. I had worked on a featured module. I think it's still in there somewhere. It's off. Featured? Uh-oh. It's not. What you want to see? Here's why this is so tall. There's my answer. Surprisingly, a great way to learn is to steal from other people, try to recreate someone else's concepts, and along the way, you'll start to develop your own style. Yep. Also agree. Don't be an idiot and claim it as yours. LOL, personal work, of course. Yeah. I actually had an issue with someone on this in the stream. Not to ban him, poaching people's work, and just not understanding the difference between like getting inspired and just totally stealing someone's shit, which sucks. This. Bet you this is causing a lot of problems. So much to fix this. Should just go back to hiding this thing. But yeah, I mean, it's everyone gets inspired by something, but yeah, if you can draw an immediate line between like your result and like what you're inspired by, like you didn't do it right. Like, yeah, like if that's like the ultimate test, and like if someone can do it, like own up to it and just chalk it up as an L, like you didn't do enough, because like no one should be able to know. Ideally, there might be like little elements where like that kind of looks like this, that kind of looks like that. I mean, everything's been done. I keep saying that to him all the time, but why is this so fucking tall? Yeah, that's. I think plagiarism is always going to be an issue. I saw Ari busted someone on LinkedIn not too long ago and called him out on it. I had a good chuckle. Yeah, it was actually through Ari. He called someone else out. I did see that one on LinkedIn. He called someone else out. I sent him. I blocked him on Discord. I don't know about this channel or not, but it was just like, oh, I'm just a student, and there was this like clear disconnect between understanding of being inspired and just totally copying it and not attributing credit, not changing anything. I mean, it's bad. And like, I don't want to ban people from this. That's about the last thing I want to do. But if you're sitting out there just like doing exactly what someone else is doing and just claiming it as your own, hoping you're appealing to a different network that doesn't know that you just stole that from someone. I got a problem with that. Um, and like I hope people reform their ways. Like I don't want to permaban anyone because maybe they might realize, oh shit, I kind of fucked up and I shouldn't have done that. Cool. All right, good. Lesson learned, move on. But there's some pretty egregious offenders out there. And there's someone even like some like Russian girl tried to copy. She didn't copy it one to one, but it was one of those where it's like I could see Ari's website very, very clearly in terms of like it was the exact font choices. A lot of like the design elements were in the same position. Um, but it's like it's not new, and I've let go of that. I think I don't know if it's still up or not. No, they changed it a little bit. So this was like a direct knock of Nixon, but it was like one to one before, and they've kind of deviated a little bit. But there's always going to be someone out there just trying to snake someone else's work. Frustrating, but as long as they're not taking food off my table. But like that's kind of what made me comfortable doing this was like if someone wants to copy what I'm doing right now, that's fine. I don't care. I'm gonna keep moving. And like so they can swim in my wake if they really want to. I don't think I'm the person they'd want to do that with anyways, but like I'm hoping to keep evolving and growing and doing different shit and like if I'm not and someone's able to just replicate what I'm doing, then I shouldn't be hired for anything. I'm not worthless, but I'm not much value in what I'm doing. It's same with like commoditization of design. It's the same with um yeah, like if your work is no better than a Squarespace site, then like why should anyone pay you? Why shouldn't they get a Square? I can't figure this out. That is bound to that. That is bound there. Why are you bigger? Fuck. Light auto, 100%. Fuck. Oh, these are all background images. That but see it. The music in the background. Not for you guys. Sorry. I'll post it again because I'm shameless. The Twitch chat. The no ISO playlist. Um, you and I both use big ass type and arrows on our sites. Does it mean I'm jacking your style? No, the arrows are more subtle love letter from a groupie. It's like everyone gets inspired. Like it's yeah, it's one of those things like everything's been done. Arrows have all been done. It's kind of like you can't. I don't know. It's a weird like it's such a fuzzy area of like you see something that was clearly inspired, but they tried to make it different. And I'm not talking about your site, Sal. I'm just saying in general, um, like in general, like if someone like put in an effort to make it their own, like I don't give a shit at that point. But yeah, like for my site, your site, most portfolios have so many of the same elements, and there's only so many ways you can do it because there's unless you want your site to be unusable and you start using crazy characters and glyphs and styles that make no sense, and it suddenly is an interaction no one knows how to use. You have to bank on known interactions and elements for people to navigate shit. That means a lot of stuff's going to end up looking the same. And yeah, every designer who doesn't, what designer doesn't like big type? I don't know any. This is oh bueno. And so this is like, um, honestly, this is what you were talking about. I don't know if it's, I mean, it depends where you're Norwegian. I don't know what Thomas is Norwegian. Like Thomas for French. It's one of my old managers, or Thomas. But yeah, like so with these blog posts, I want to be more aggressive with the type, but I have to account for so much different stuff of varying lengths, varying cap sizes, varying, I don't know. Sometimes I'm going to get ascenders and descenders that are going to overlap, so I can't be so aggressive with my line height. It is what it is. And like these wraps suck. I probably want to 5U width. I generally don't like everything going flush. And like this is just like dumb luck that worked out. And see, like this looks nice, like when everything sort of aligns, like. But the Apple TV, that's it's not ideal. But then like the line wrap's weird, so then the font size comes down. Like, what do I have to do? 11. Not terrible, but it's not great. Um, or like because it's my own thing, I can just be okay with some of these edge cases not dictating norm. Mostly because I don't think a lot of people are going to come to these detail pages. Um, Still trying to figure out what their place is. Up all my or And I did this really quickly on a stream before. Kind of messy. Let's see if I can get this. I could do each one sticky on its own, but it's kind of thick, and I don't feel like being a hero right now. That's not sticking far enough. I don't want that to stick. I want this and this to stick. This being over the image is kind of excessive. Also, do you notice that juniors or any unseasoned designers overthink fucking everything? I have to tell one more person on my team to just roll with it. Shit, it won't be pretty. Yeah, I mean, I've seen both. I've seen people who just don't think it and just send it. And it's like, there's something nice about that. Um, you end up getting more like unique perspectives on on shit that just like doesn't necessarily check out. Um, it's a fresh perspective. It's not bottlenecked by overthinking constraints. Um, yeah, I think part of the problem is um, like people get burned and they're so used and they want to avoid like any sort of embarrassment or like doing something wrong, so they end up erring on the side of caution. Don't mind me just eating edibles. Yeah, it all depends. I mean, it kind of depends on like the past and like where people have been, what they've been told. Like for me, a lingering problem I still have to this day is like if I'm in a room with someone who's like, let's say I'm like design director on a project, but like an ECD hops into a call. Like unless it's like very specific to me and the ECD hasn't been involved, like I'll of course assert myself. But if there's someone who's on the project regularly that outrakes me, like I just don't say anything because when I was junior and senior, I used to just like chime in on stuff with clients. I mean, I understand why I caught shit for it. Um, just like telling clients like, "Oh yeah, we'll take a look at that," not knowing that I probably wanted to validate it against like development timeline, all sorts of things. And so I just there's even like scope, adding scope, and then also um like going along with client feedback or pushing back on client feedback, all sorts of things. So I have that lingering in my head way more than I should. I try to like outdo it, but it's still there. Um, but yeah, like and also like if they come from a shop that really like encourage people to explore and people to fail, which I think is great. Like I wish more places were like that. I think so many places think like a business and they just encourage results. Having something definitive that they know is going to be at least work. It's harder to like justify as a business owner to encourage someone to do something that's probably not going to result in anything. Um, in a dollar and cents sort of perspective, but you're going to get the same shit if you keep doing that, which again comes down to like a business owner, whether they're value creative or they don't. You just got to keep pushing them, Sal. I mean, probably got to keep telling them if they're hardwired, got to fight the good fight, man. Keep the internet weird. I just fucked up a lot. Probably don't want to fuck with it. Bigger fonts, 16 pixel font. Um, all works. Uh-oh. What a fucking train wreck, huh? Gonna log off late in Oslo. Thanks a lot, man. See you in the next stream. Hey, thanks, Thomas. Appreciate you coming through. Yeah, it's what part of the world? Late. Yeah, thanks for coming through, man. Appreciate all the great questions. I feel like design has become too analytical. Everything is stat based. Where the fuck did the emotion go? Where did the immersion go? Yep. The money crept in. My perspective. Yeah, I could. Yeah, I don't want to like reveal too much about previous experiences, but I've been told that places that are perceived to care about craft, that more about solving business. It's more about like um, strategic thinking and solving business problems, which I get. You have to solve problems at the end of the day, but I mean you have to throw everything out and you can't do interesting shit. I don't know. This is a red flag. Don't do that. Don't get me wrong, it's all about the user, but sometimes the user just wants cool shit. Yeah, you don't see that much anymore, but that's like there's shops who specialize that. There's like the Watson DGs, there's the Active Theory, there's the um Resins, who just like I think they're the most creative shops out there. I think there's shops doing really cool, interesting stuff when it comes to e-commerce and shit like that, but like you just have such a narrow sandbox to play in. I just don't see how you can do anything like too meaningful or unique. I guess probably the better word. Not meaningful. That's that's grossly discounting a lot of people's work. Um, but yeah, it's definitely missing. It's like everyone goes back to like the days of Flash, how they miss it because it was so immersive. You could do all sorts of like weird shit. I agree. Yeah, I largely think it's money. That's why things are as boring as they are. They're thick. Why is it going? Oh, there's so much to fix. Yeah, I don't know what the fix is either for all that kind of mundane shit out there now. I think it's just knowing it, like stuff like e-commerce. It's probably going to be boring for the most part. Marketing sites. But that's, I think what you're also getting at, Sal, is like the ideal of like brand impression. Like it's not directly quantifiable. It's like if you give someone a great brand impression or experience online, you can't really track any sort of analytics that convert to sales on any other channel. There's kind of ways depending on how it happens, but like someone coming to the site and it's like a really rad experience and it makes that person want something from XYZ brand. Like maybe they don't convert then, but they come back 4 months later because they're like, oh fuck, like yeah, that was like that brand seems rad. They were kind of pushing the edge a little bit, and I really like their style with whatever. Doesn't show up in analytics, so it could be deemed a failure. That's what's frustrating, for sure. I also think it's partially this ongoing bullshit argument of UX versus UI. Like, get the fuck over it already. I forget who said it, but it's UX tactics and process can be taught in a 12-week boot camp. I think we had the same perspective of UX designers. They should be content strategists. They can't visually design. They're not designers. They're strategic thinkers who draw gray boxes that are totally fucking useless. Gotta be able to design and think strategically. Otherwise, it's like it's art. And I like always feel like the old man going on about this, but it's like UX design as his very specific trade seems antiquated. When the web was young and designers didn't know, they were taught how to make CD album covers and menus and brochures and shit. So it's like clicking on it, like what do you mean clicking on it? Where does that do? It's like no, you need to like think of visuals now that are functional and think of user flows. Think of maybe you don't have to think so far as like content strategy, but I think designers are just going to be expected to do more and more as more things become more obvious and more standardized and understood of like, oh yeah, XYZ is best practice. Like with motion, I mean motion's going to be different, but I don't know what a good example. But stuff that just gets so obvious. I equate it to like a typographer. I don't need I don't need like someone who's a typographer. Back in the day, you used to have like typist or typographer. That's how they would set type. It's like we can't do that shit anymore. We got computers and we can just use fonts that are already have all the kerning and all that stuff in there. Just in the same way, if you port that to interactive design in general, like how page and how things are functioning should be more obvious and understood from like a base level by people designing. Not always the truth, but yeah, that's my ramble for the visual stuff, the intangible stuff, the stuff that creates the emotion to keep people around, takes years to learn and build on. I think that's where the real value is like there's like anything again that can be created by UI or UI AI is probably useless. Um like there's really not much value in it. It's kind of can be commoditized, it can be done by anyone, but if you're trying to like tap into emotion and create something unique, like there's always going to be value in that. And that's something that's hard to Hard to do. Don't like this. I was expecting. Oh, sucks so bad. What if I do something like the mobile version created this for guys? Caution bugs. 4 hours? Holy shit. Where'd the time go? Yeah, something like this could work. Delta detail. It keeps tripping me out. The amount of like notifications I get from ad blocker for my own site. I don't think I have any ads last I checked. Ad blocker goes nuts. I can get a works with it. I shouldn't use a grid for this either. These are like images. Will be much better off. What? Back. Fuck it. Reservation. So view width. Really all I'm using this for. Tunnel. Checking to see if there's any overflow hidden. Fuck up sticky elements. Sticky. Oh, had to sneeze. Had Vesperia. Let's think again. Is there a brand out there that you dream of working with? Yeah, there's a couple. How about like I think top might be acronym. I just like everything Earlson Hugh does is just fucking rad. Some of the tech stuff, like the stuff acronym does, is a little too aggressive for me. And my these pants like never not my thing. But just his like dedication and style and I don't know everything about the brand is fucking rad. Definitely one kind of on like the more progressive side. There's like Fellow Coffee. I think would be awesome. I have a friend who actually works there, and I've been trying to like work my way in. They just have great products. Brown coffee, something I love. Yeah. I don't know. Outside of that, like it's kind of all over the place. If I'm being entirely honest. How about you, Sal? Where you be yours? How you know? Stick. Being really at 100. Had it right the first. Yep. Probably have and view height. So if I add, without adding padding would out there. But I've had this concept in my head for years that I'd love to apply to Harley or any other motorcycle brand. Nice. Yeah, I mean that's the other one, Singer. That's partially why I'm doing that Singer concept I was showing earlier. Like, I don't know, anyone who's like, if it's something tangential to my interests, like cars, anything automotive is very close to my heart. Anything design related, I mean, that's gonna score points. Progressive thinking, scoring points. Creative, like anything related to creative, like they're very creative with these builds. I think that's something I could latch on to. All things I appreciate. Works. I could pick up the anchor link for the bottom. Um, Canadian Armed Forces. Something there that it feels dying for a more aggressive look and feel. Government projects. That government money. It was like the old Obamacare website was like $100 million budget or something, and the fucking thing didn't even work. Look at shit. Give me $100 million for a website, and you'll get something that I don't know what it'll do. Something wild. Oh, that's fine. Sticky. I don't think that's gonna do it. Why isn't that clear? I would have thought it would stack. At this point, push. Ghost empty div. Why is it doing this? Oh, I'm Canadian near Toronto, by the way, in case that wasn't apparent. Didn't know that, but makes sense. I figured when you said the Canadian Armed Forces, I figured you had a good chance you were Canadian. Oh, you being dumb. I think I'm like at that point right now where obvious things aren't obvious. Whole objective. I think this is probably the last thing I'll do. I might jump off. 4 hours, 15. Have this. Yeah, this maybe I'm gonna call it now. This is All these unnamed divs. Yeah, I might call it here. I'm gonna take a little break. I haven't even eaten lunch yet. 3:30. So stuck in a couple mangoes when I stepped away not too long ago. Yeah, good stream. Good stream. I would probably say I'd come back later tonight, but no one shows up for those, so I might just pass that. Um, your struggle makes me want to just say, add me as a collaborator in workflow and let me help. Struggle's part of the process. I'm gonna hate my life on stuff. It's fine, like give it a little bit of time. Um, usually I can get something figured out, but now I'm rambling. Maybe it's the edible. I don't know. That's happened. Yeah, good times. Good times. 4 hours. I'll probably be back tomorrow. I'm gonna try to do another morning stream. And then I'll probably be out the rest of the week. Got some other stuff I got going. So yeah, thank you everyone who came through again. Everyone for the follows, subscribing on YouTube, subscribing on Twitch. Much appreciated. So, all right, guys. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Probably tomorrow morning Pacific time. I'm gonna shoot for like 9 or 10. Probably do some website stuff, try and pick up where I left off, but then just pivot to a couple other things. So